Well, it's the morning of the 18th January. The open. We've been open for 6 minutes. I was been otherwise occupied with school runs here, so didn't get the earlier stream on, and I was anticipating a trade, which I want to making every effort I can to make sure any trade I take is on stream. There's only been one that has not. I was looking for responsive selling here. We've gapped up considerably. I was looking for responsive selling on the profit from overnight and a profit taking from overnight and some bit of gap close, but I guess nobody got that memo. I got to step away again at 9 and then 10. So this stream will likely not remain up unless I do take a trade. Overnight trade was took off about 5 o'clock in the morning, local Central Standard Time, and with London guys got ambitious, I guess, and took off up. Now we're having some. I was really looking forward to a move down to close that gap, and I'm thinking we might be going to get that now. And my trade didn't execute. Why not? I have my brackets set up. I have everything on. We're at the IB low here now. We've just extended the IB a little bit, which isn't any kind of a stat. Pretty short range here of about 7 handles. I am thinking this is going to head down, but it's probably going to be a timing thing. Seems like every time I step away, the bottom falls out. And there is a full session Vpoc migration down. Now, a bit of explanation. This is the full session from 1700 last night. This is the current session volume profile for today. And this is the chart session. The brighter colored POC is the current RTH session. The darker POC is for the full session. These are the price levels for the various, previous or the current Vpoc developing value area, the open, etc. And these are the percentages from the IRT statistics study. This would be in an opening out of range configuration. 62.4% of the time we touch the overnight VWAP, for example, and these statistics are based on 2003 days. That's the sample size. There's no variables other than the opening type. It's higher out of range, higher in range, lower out of range, period. That makes for a statistically significant data set. And I would have liked to see a run down to top that off, but interesting if we don't. This is the micro composite, which is just a profile drawn around that I draw around an area where price is overlapping. Now, this was yesterday's trade, and here we are today. So, day before yesterday, we gapped significantly down, didn't close the gap. Today, we've gapped up. So, this would be what's called an island low, I guess, or an island day. I'm not sure what else they call that. But that's kind of a significant thing. And I was kind of looking forward to anticipating is the proper word, some profit taking because overnight was all up. Generally, if you were long overnight and had substantial profit, I guess I expected that there would be some profit taking, which would have manifested itself in selling and also looking to close that gap. Now here we are essentially doing a mean reversion. We've tested the high, down, the outside edge, down. There's the mean. So that's a mean reversion trade so far, which would be considered a open auction. And there's a whole bunch of liquidity living down here at 80. One would imagine they're going to get down there and hit that, but so far we've sticking pretty close to our 7-handle range here, more or less, 3 to 90. Yeah. I don't know what to think of this now at the moment. And I have to be mindful of the fact that I need to leave at the top of the hour. My wife ride to her school. So we have had the full session Vpoc migration once again to here. Not much more trading necessary to bring down the current session, and all that's not magic. It's just simply numbers. This is the point where the most contracts have traded, and that's 39.70. So when that migrates down, which it just did, that would suggest that a value is being accepted lower. Obviously, pretty simple. One caveat about early in the trading day, it's real easy to manipulate or to push those VPOCs around because there's so little volume, down in here, 67, and what is it? 53, right? So that was 800 contracts. Later in the day, 800 contracts wouldn't even make a remote difference. I'm still looking for that responsive selling. I'd like to get one good mean reversion trade off. I'd like to get a good mean reversion trade off before I have to leave and close that gap, but I'm running out of room. Now I'm at looking at a breakout trade, which I don't believe in for me. But I've only got 3 handles to all this liquidity and this big string of singles in the overnight. Probably not a prudent position. These ledges like this always puzzle me. I never know whether that's going to be a line in the sand not to cross or if that's an invitation to break up. I don't really know how to exactly code that or do some sort of back testing to see what that does actually. 5 to 2. So if I were quick and taking this test short, I would have been scaled just risk neutral. And then the worst that could happen is a scratch. However, I am not, and I was not quick enough, nor am I in, and it's still a borderline impulsive kind of a breakout trade for me. So I'm thinking that it's going to just break down and look for that gap, but I never know, man. No sooner do I say that, apparently that's what they're going to do. Yep. So that would have been an opportunity, but not really a vetted trade. That's taken a trade out of POC. That's diddling in the middle, which is not ever considered good, in my opinion. And at this ledge, which I was just saying, I'm not sure how to deal with those. I mean, they're so obvious visually that you would, but I don't know what to think there. And we came right down to within a tick or two of that liquidity and back up again. So what might they do? What might they do? And we've got about 10 minutes to the top of the hour, and I'll be right back. And here we are. Now there's a bunch of structured trades, but none of which so far, in my view, have the range. I guess the mean reversion idea from here down was probably the only one, but there's no trigger. It's just bam, boom. So there's not a trigger, means there's no opportunity. There are structured trades that are mid or VWAP or mid to the POC, but it's, half a point. So there has to be the range to reach the mean reversion first target scale out with a little room, in my opinion. So you don't want to have that scale just sitting on the next obstacle. And then you have your target after that. But the idea is, if there were a trigger here and you entered short, you 3 points down would scale. Here would be a scale. So that's just ahead of these levels, which is basically okay. And you're now it would be then risk neutral with the target for the lower end of the distribution. That's how that works. And here we go. Now maybe we're finally going to get some responsive selling and travel through that liquidity, but I'm not on it. And as a result, with 10 minutes to go before I leave, I will not be on it. I'm not going to just throw one on and hope for the best. Trying to be real diligent about having a stream in the morning. And if it looks like it's reasonable or viable, having a second one for the afternoon session rather than one 7-hour thing, which I've done a couple times. And it's, I spend a lot of time going through it to put the time stamps and the or chapters there, so that can be searched from one point to the other, but it's still pretty time consuming and laborious. So I'm trying to, the purpose of this stream and this exercise is my video trading journal, so that I can hear what I was thinking and or understand what I was thinking at the moment and see what I was seeing and see if those things ring true to me after the fact rather than in the fact, in the heat of this trade situation or the heat of the day. And if anybody else finds this place and finds it valuable, great. More than likely, they're going to chew through that liquidity and head down to close the gap. That's my thinking. But that's kind of breakout city and close to the top of the hour, and I don't find either one of those conducive to me taking a trade here. First breakouts are, in my opinion, FOMO for me. And great many of them have worked out. And there are a lot of very, very successful traders whose whole strategy is breakouts. The Turtles, Richard Dennis's Turtle outfit, their whole thing was breakout trading. And they're, hugely famous. I would love to just get a fast trade in here. We're now at the low of the mean reversion trade, assuming there had been a setup or trigger. And this wouldn't be considered that. So, I would imagine people have taken it in the T-Lab or elsewhere. But not me. This will close the gap range-wise right here. So not too far to go, 4 points. I'm not going to do that. They had a 9 o'clock here. We're also at 9 o'clock. We will also be in the IB30 stat location, which one would suspect the IB low would be the one that was extended. But again, no setup or trade. There's no level here. There's no that I can see. I guess there's a high volume node from the micro composite, but you can start looking around for stuff and find a pattern pretty much anywhere, I guess, if you're a human. That's kind of a part of our monkey mind, from the necessity to recognize patterns out in the wild of something that would eat you. Doesn't help at all in trading. It's actually a hindrance. I'm now kind of in a quandary as to what to do with this stream. I think what I'll do is put the Be Right Back music on to my quick school run, which I hope would take about 20 minutes. And then I would have the stream, continuity of the stream for the morning would remain, even though I wouldn't be narrating or trading it. At least I don't have to restart it, and assuming that I'm able to look at trading from the balance of the morning. I think that's probably better. Yes, I don't know. Don't know. I didn't edit the previous stream with a trade in it either. That was I got to remember to do that. So many things to do. And I'm really prone to going down rabbit holes that are completely unnecessary. I'll get all bogged down in some code to make my Excel journal graph more accurately, and that's not it at all. The idea is to have something that gives you the statistics for trading and let some other dork do the coding. That's that's something for me, like thinking about whether I have a continuous stream in the morning and the afternoon for my more professional, to be as professional as possible. Yeah, what difference does that make? I mean, this is about recording the stream for my trade journal. So that's just I guess it's OCD or something. I don't know. Don't know. And we hit that liquidity basically 1, 2, 3, 4 times. They haven't been able to get through there for the gap close. The gap rules, which are a holdover from market profile, say that if we close the gap early in the session and are accepted in the previous day's value, it's a high probability we'll trade across that value from the high to the low in this case. Otherwise, if we don't close the gap or do close the gap and are rejected out of value, it's a very high probability that we'll continue in the direction of the gap, substantial distance, as I remember it. A long time ago, I learned the market profile stuff. Right now, going to the top of the hour, we are just right back on POC, mid, and VWAP. We're both POCs, mid, VWAP, and the NASDAQ correlation tracker. Couldn't get everybody more stacked together and fly to the moon. And if you notice what we've done here, we have just done an absolute consolidation, a little bit of an extension to the downside, not to close the gap. And the NQ is just retail soup. Retail soup. And here we go. So the next probable statistic is the IB30, which says that in the second 30 minutes of trade, we'll extend the IB, high or low. Then at the bottom of the first hour at 9:30, there's the IB stat, which means that it says that the IB is initial balance high, initial balance low is nothing more than the high and low of the first hour, period. Nothing magic. The stat says that after this has been set at 9:30, these will cease to move and the price will take one or the other out. That's a very high probability in the 90s, 95, 96%. In this open configuration, it would be open configuration of lower out of range. It's 97.1%, 503 instances out of 2,003 days. We have 518 days out of 2,000 that we traded opened higher out of range. And of those days, 97.1%, the high be high or low was taken out, and that's 503 days out of 518. So that's pretty much one hell of a that's as close to 100% as you can get, I guess, and not be there. Anyway, okay. I'm now going to saddle up, put this Be Right Back music on, and be right back. Well, that was an exciting trip to the college. So it's about a 40-minute round trip. Wow. Just quickly looking at the market here, we didn't extend the low at all. We have taken out the IB high. Or did we? Well, I think just. I think it's just taken out right there. Yep, 937. So that's the IB high out. That stat is done. And they're not making lower ground, so they're not looking to close that gap yet. And now we've got a 76% probability that we get up to the overnight high, which is about 97.5, it looks like, right here. And there's that stat. You can see the mouse or not. There's a stat there. I think you can see it now. And there. So, okay. Hindsight here, obviously the RMT, rear view mirror trading, so clear, so easy, so elegant, so internet, so internet guru. Anyway, basically we're mean reverting, with the mean being lower than center, which is up here. So we're skewed a little bit above. We've taken out the IB high, which suggests that a higher time frame is in the market and taking it higher, looking higher. But basically, so far today, it's been a mean reversion day. So if somebody's on those trades, that's great. My initial opening prejudice or anticipation was that we would, because the overnight trade is obviously from the regular trading hours yesterday closed to the open of regular trading hours today. So the overnight high was up, meaning that a lot of people were long the market overnight. And generally in that context, I expect that there will be some responsive selling to take profit right down, and in this case, to close the gap. They got sort of pointed their nose down there within four handles and then decided that wasn't very important for them, and away they went. And now we've taken out the IB high, and it doesn't look like the IB stat was hit on the low side. It looks like the only stats IB-wise are the IB. Right about here was the IB. No, that's 36. Nope. Wasn't really an IB 30 stat in there, just the regular IB. So the market's looking higher. And that's where they seem to be pointing for whatever reason. The mean or the microcomposite, my microcomposite MC microcomposite VPOC is 4813.75. That's right here. This is the microcomposite. This is the current one, in my opinion. And that's the VPOC for the microcomposite. You can see day before yesterday's trade, yesterday's big gap down and lower, just closed higher, but and now we've got a gap up and trading up, which could conceivably leave this island low down here, which probably has a lot of meaning for somebody. I'm not sure what. I'll have to think about that. So this morning is going to not be very pleasant, I guess. It's going to be interrupted several times. I've got another meeting at the top of the hour here with London. So I will go on side, standby, or be right back again for that. Hopefully that'll be a short one. And then what I'm trying to do here, as I mentioned earlier, is have a morning stream and an afternoon stream. Of course, yesterday the big move happened about 5 seconds after I shut off the morning stream at 12:05 or something, and 12 to 1 time frame was all over the board in a huge move. So, well, you can see that pretty easily right here. Actually, here was a down move. There's 12:23. Well, there's 11:49, so there's 12 o'clock, right? Boom. Down for, I don't know, 20 handles. The proper idea to run this as a business is to open the business out of the trading day and have your business open all day. This is a situation I'm trying to work out, having moved here. When we were in Kuala Lumpur, it was ideal. The market opened at 21:30, and so I had uninterrupted focus and availability. Over here, we are now in Central Standard Time, so U.S. Central Standard Time, which is futures market time zone. So the open here is 08:30 in the morning, and that and pretty much everything else in life is happening about that time. So yeah, I'm having to figure out how to deal with that. Only been back here a year and a half, 2 years now, I guess. Oh wow, no wait, 2.5 years. Wow, time flies when you're having fun. I've never lived in this part of America, but we are here now in Central Standard Time. So let's see what we will see. Let's see what we will see. I got a couple things opened up here, and let's see now. So what would we be thinking here? I guess we would be looking at a situation where we have an IB continuation. The IB high was put in right here. The stat was made right there when we extended over the IB high past, which is set at 930. So that's that. Now we have tested up, tested below, consolidated just above the IB high, and it could have been taken as a IB continuation trade to the upside. Except now, of course, it's looking like an IB failure. It's amazing when you just step away for a few minutes or an hour or so, how the focus and the flow of things goes away and you have to re-engage, I guess. Here's another test below that IB high. Expecting that they will look higher. I don't really, the only really stat that's up there is a 76% for the overnight high. There's a quite high. And the Globex high, previous Globex high is there. And what do we have up here? Well, this is the MC Vpoc. This is a previous naked volume point of control for POC. And what else we got lurking around up here? Some high volume nodes from the micro composite. Do I have this right now? It's 1375. I want to be sure I updated that yesterday. Oh, there we go. There we go. Yeah, so there's that. We have lots of traffic down, but no, the highest stat we've got, which is very, very frequently taken out, is the overnight VPOC right here, and that's a 79.3. Only 3 points higher than the overnight high. But that's typically a really big target in regular trading hours. It's generally, well over 80% and quite frequently taken out in regular trading session. So let's see what we have now. We got that. It's more or less an IB continuation trade by all, as far as this structured trade setup. IB stat was taken there, test down, test down, trade up. Not very convincing, but there is plenty of range, basically from, say, this low volume area around here or this one around up here. This is the problem with this. This is just the chart volume profile. So you can control that by scrolling in and out. Kind of, there's that. There's that. And then I guess the high of the RTH high, or the current high, would be the first obstacle. So 90 to 94 is well within the initial scale, or risk neutral, with a target being the overnight high. And not particularly convincing price action or volume, in my opinion. And there's exactly why that IB continuation trade didn't look too spectacular for me. Didn't seem to have the conviction it needed to get over that previous high. And there's a lot of fuel living below the mid, the VWAP, and the POC. So this would have been a much more convincing IB high or IB continuation, IBC trade if the Vpoc would have moved up. It's just parked out right here on this ledge, which I was talking about earlier. So I will be right back. All right, so that's over. That's good. A 30-minute. And here we are again. It's just continuing the mean reversion trade, which I haven't obviously participated in anything this morning because of all this balderall here running back and forth until we get this schedule nailed down. This will be a bit problematic. We haven't taken out the closest statistic here, which is the overnight high. The largest statistic on the radar is, where to go? Right here at 79.3, and this is a very, very popular statistic daily. This is the overnight Vpoc, but it's pretty obvious what we're doing here. We're just mean reverting, trading back and forth above or around this IB high, which was taken out. I don't know, 9:15 or something like that, or 9:35:40, I guess, after the stat was made. The IB again, the IB high and the IB low continue. They move or follow price with the high and the low of the session for the first 1 hour, and then they don't move anymore. And the stats are based on that. Now we may be gonna poke up here and test this this overnight high. This ledge, I just haven't got a good handle about those, as I mentioned earlier. I don't trade around the POC. That's diddling in the middle as far as I'm concerned. This is the most traded price in the session. So what does that tell you? It tells me that that's the highest likelihood it's going to rotate back and forth around that price, i.e., increase the probability of a trade failing. The whole purpose of the trading business is statistical. You capture or record the statistically significant data set of examples for a particular setup and determine from that, under specific context, and determine from that whether you have a statistical edge for that setup or not. Probability. In other words, positive edge. If you do, you take every instance of that trade and let that positive edge manifest itself in your bank account. The outcome of the very next trade is always 50-50, and the trading day or the trading market in general is random. You can't predict anything. What you can do is you can have statistics and you rely on those statistics. The most analogous model to this is the casino gaming business. The casino knows exactly the percentage edge they have for each game with the specific rules for each game. And they do that thousands of times a day, a year, over the history of time or the course of time. And the proof that that's a viable business model is just go look at any casino town and ask yourself who you think is making the money. So that, in a sense, for me, that is quite relieving and clears the mind. I tend to be in a process kind of a methodical person. So if it's a structured trade with a particular edge calculated percentage, then you take every trade, and you can't be changing the parameters around. One trade can't be a stop of 2 ticks or 2 points, and then another one 5, the next one 10, and the next one 4. That negates the statistical significance of the data set. It's got to be in certain contexts. In this case, for example, opening higher out of range, and then all the rest of any of the other criteria that are associated with a particular structured trade has to be in place, and the trade itself has to be consistent. In my case, it's a risk-neutral trade based on a package of 2 contracts. It can be in multiples of two, but it has to be on a package of two contracts so that you can have both contracts with an equal stop. The first target for one contract is at the same amount of positive ticks or points as the stop. Now the second contract is writing free, i.e. risk neutral. The worst that can happen in that situation is a scratch. That, and if you have a positive expectancy on the setup, then that is a successful business model, proven time and time again by the gaming industry and successful traders. And I will watch this now. We're looking like a possible rotation again, except we are extending a little bit to the top side. That you would have to imagine that IB high will be taken out as close as we are. These would all sort of be considered IB. I don't mean IB high. I mean the overnight high. I was looking at the IB high and thinking about the continuation trade or not, and saying one thing and thinking another. Probably pretty foregone conclusion that is going to get taken out at this point. Basically, two handles away, two handles and change. I don't really see other setups, frankly. This has not got a trigger associated with it, unless it's wound in too tight. I don't know, maybe. That's one thing about Bookmap. These prices and points aggregate. So keep your eye here. You see that was 58, this 58 stops taken out here. But really, there was 38 stops taken out here and 20 taken out over here. And it may even change from there. Yeah, 32 and 6, 20. You know, so that's something to always remember about Bookmap, is that the stops and icebergs and levels and things, numbers aggregate. I believe you can shut that off, but anyway, it works out okay. What I was getting ready to say was probably the only real setup would be, it's not really. First, this is at the POC, and I've already talked about how I feel there. There's no real trade that says mid away. So essentially what this has been, as I said earlier, is our mean reversion day. Up here would have been a likely, actually, short outside in. The only problem is you've got these fuel sitting just above it, but would have been a nice trade so far. There's 152 up, 6, a retest or trigger for 10 stops, and then short, looking from the outside in with the POC way below. So that would have been I think a justifiable entry and trade for a mean reversion in this context. The only little wrinkle, I guess, is that it's opened higher out of range. So you could say on the grander scale of things, the context is long as opposed to short. And here we are at this little microstructure. This is a baby microstructure version of the POC for this microstructure. This consolidation right here, boop, 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 boop. And you would be scaled. I would be scaled had I taken this trigger short when the sellers came in with the mean reversion. That's at 5, well, to 3. Yeah, just, no, not quite. 250. It would be close to a scale right down here. And then targets below for that mean reversion. Is this an entry? I don't think so. Bouncing off, getting awfully close to that IB high, which has been proven to be a pretty substantial level here that somebody wants it going up and not much lower than this IB high for a while, right? That's down here. 10:05. Yeah, it's only 30 minutes, I guess. Not so bad. Would this be the spot to take a short? I think that's justifying a trade rather than taking one. And why I would not enter here. The logical spot to put a stop when the trade would really fail is above the swing high. And that's a lot of points. Yeah, it's not too damn many, more than 3, I guess. I have sometimes a problem with keeping the perspective of range on Bookmap because it can zoom in and out so much. I was getting ready to say this way out of the risk parameter for my trade, but in reality, if I took this trade at about 32.5, my stop would be at 96. I mean, 3.5. My stop would be at 6.5, which is above the swing high, and that's would have been a good location for mean reversion. Better to be up here on the entry, of course, and then scaled, but. And another problem with this entry here is it's a pretty short distance of 3 to 1. It's only 2 points to the IB high and the developing value area high, which are both substantial lines in the sand or can be. So it seems that my water break concept worked. Every time I go fill the water bottle, the move happens. Timing is everything. We've pulled down from that mean reversion entry location, which is my problem for not taking. When these sellers kicked in, would be safely scaled, and now looking at targets below. By definition, mean reversion means reverting to the mean, which is right there. So, 11 points. Right now we're looking at about 8, 6. Basic no heat trade. I'm hopeful that these streams, one of the things I'm looking to get out of them, besides a record of what I see and do and think, is to be able to just kind of listen to them and analyze the continuity of my thoughts. I want to make sure that I'm following a structured and focused idea. Now, I'm disjointed this morning because of the meetings and traveling around and taking in to school, etc. But this short meets all the criteria. The only problem here, and even more so with this liquidity coming above it, the only problem here that would give pause is the fact that the overnight high is just above 1.5, and there's fuel up there. There's stops sitting up there. But it played out pretty much exactly as imagined or as anticipated for a mean reversion trade. And the context of the day is pretty obviously rotational, been pretty much mean reversion. There is kind of two distributions going on. There's, open this up a little bit, if I can. There's this one, almost 3, right? Here's that ledge story. And then this one. So you kind of have 3 looking at the ledge. Which is this right here. So here's this one. Here's the ledge. Here's this one, and here's the second one. Now we've been mean reverting around this one for some time, and this was a outside edge entry that meets most of the qualifications. The reason these are called these mean reversion trades mean obviously that they will revert to the mean, but the joke is that, they're mean because what you essentially have to do is pick a top or a bottom. You got to pick an outside edge, right? So you got to say, okay, this thing's going to go down from here. Could kind of, the rationale behind that is we've tested a couple times, pulled back. That would be the trigger. Sellers kick in. And then you see the sellers kick in here. Short, and feel better about it when you get down here and scale and when you see this liquidity coming over the top. Now there's no idea for a good trade right now, in my opinion. There is a couple of structured trades mid or VWAP to the VPOC, but the greater context of the day, as far as I'm concerned, is mean reversion, and this ledge has me scratching my head. I don't know what to think about those. And as we sort of anticipated here, pretty much a mean reversion back to the other side. If you think about the data of this chart profile or this structure here, mean reverted, this is kind of the mean, right? Down to the low, back up. And it's done that several times this morning. And looks like it's getting ready to do it some more here. $11 and the bomber steps in. I realize that I've been talking on mute here, so that's pretty magical. Not sure. I'm trying to use hotkeys for different things here. Not sure how that's working out, but the idea being that we were, be looking for a rotation here. Some liquidity, the mid, VWAP, all kind of a bunch of levels piled up. So far today, we've been pretty much rotating around this upper distribution. Kind of one here, and then the ledge down. The ideal situation was, again, this test and the trigger right here. And the seller stepped in. That was the spot for the short. Scale would have been about here. Top would have been well above the high. All those things are kind of make you feel warm and fuzzy when you get that kind of an alignment. The only issue that I sort of would have here is that we're primarily making higher highs and higher lows since about 9 o'clock. So context is more or less meaning that a long is more in line with context and the advancing army than a short. But in a more micro context or, smaller time frame or fractal, it's been mean reversion for a while. That's the thing about one of the nuance magics of trading is time frame can be so different. A higher time frame is definitely going one way and somebody else can be 180 degrees from that and be perfectly right depending on the time frame they're trading. Here we go again. We rotated above this mean and now we looking to rotate down to here, I guess. Is that enough range? Probably not. Probably not. If I can get the mutant stuff all work in the right direction here now. And now they're just going to kind of trade it around here a little bit. It's worth pointing out here that this mean reversion setup and trigger scale about here, and its targets at least the POC, because by definition that's the mean of the day. Still well within a positive trade environment, and not even remotely back to the entry, never mind the stops. So if you were in this trade, if I were in this trade, I'd be feeling all proud of myself. And there they go. Back down to that mid, perhaps VWAP. Now there is a structured trade that says VWAP to VPOC, which happens so quick it made your eyes blur, but no range, because that's 2 points, 2.5, and we didn't hit the target yet. Getting below that notch, that could have some significant impact on closing the gap and all kinds of stuff. Now looking at negative territory below the VPOC. And all this trade up here, all of this stuff, wasn't enough to migrate the POC up to the 14.87 area from 23. So 10,000 contracts got to trade off right there in order to bring the POC up to that. That's a tell. But the mean reversion trade with the setup is spot on. And here we go. Here we go, below that notch, baby. Headed down for the IB low. Another neutral day. This would be the third in a row, assuming that we get it. Day before was neutral, I believe. Yesterday was definitely a neutral day. That means both the IB high and the IB low are taken out. And that looks like where we're headed right now. Pretty darn close to that. A neutral day, meaning that the IB low would be taken out also. Isn't a hell of a lot of range, only at 12 points or something between the two, so that's not a big deal necessarily. Test the POC and back down. Test that notch and down. That's a hard one for me because of my concept of the fiddle in the middle. That was drilled into me so much back in the market profile days and early on that that's a really hard trade for me to take. Obviously, it's working out pretty snappy for whoever took it, but the one little wrinkle that you could possibly say is that there was a eensy beensy teensy weensy Vpoc migration down of a tick. That is a structured trade in the T-Lab, but not mechanical. It has to be in line with context and market structure, etc. But and can you call one tick a migration? Probably not. But here comes the neutral day again. There we go. Not, yeah, we are. Here is current session volume profile. So there's the low, and it's below. It is below the IB low. So, yeah, another neutral day, not a neutral extreme or anything, but yeah, neutral. I'm really disappointed in myself for not taking that mean reversion setup short. Right here. Test the high, back up. Essentially exhaustion. You got 148 out here, 11 out here. Sellers kick in. Boom. That's the stop. That's a place to throw on the gas, hit the gas, and down you go. Didn't do it. RT, RMT. Just rear view mirror trading. So clear. So easy. So easy. Interesting to see if this liquidity trades out right here, or if they just jump out of the way and let her fall. This would kind of equate to a breakout trade for me, 80 down to this previous RTH high, which closes the gap, and the overnight high. I would say they're probably going to take it up to the around the POC or that ledge level one more time before they get down there. That move may be on the cards in the lunch hour, I'm thinking. And 80 to 85. See, this is no entry location even remotely here, and it's not a setup or any other damn thing. It's just a breakout trade looking for the targets or gap close or whatever. So even though they look good and may go my way, and I've recognized them and acknowledged them verbally and visually, I won't take it. I guess the next, yeah. Well, anyway, mean reversion until it isn't. Kind of how trading works. It is one thing until it's not anymore. It's an uptrend until it's not anymore, and then it's a downtrend. Sort of frustrated with myself for not getting these damn things. Not getting more. I got to figure out what. I guess it's just my mind is not focused with so many other distractions at the same time, and I'm maybe not the best at multitasking. Just seeing these trades and taking them rather than hesitating or not. And the gap close. I don't know what the probability of a gap close is. That would be an interesting stat. A lot of stats would be interesting, but then I would find myself doing nothing but that. So what was I going to do? Something over here. Well, there's that liquidity. Pulled off. Didn't trade through yet, but pulled off. So we've got the previous RTH high down here at 6, and then the basically 74. So this could conceivably be a short entry, but a breakout for me again. And there's, that's how quick you got to act on them. Before I was able to articulate that, the move happened to close the gap. The range gap. Some people consider it at close or scuttle. So. So now where are we? Goofing around at are we looking at another distribution for mean reversion down? Get the hell out of me. One thing I'm not going to do is short it now. After that liquidity pull, a run down for stops back up here. They weren't, I guess they figured close enough, close counts and horseshoes and hand grenades, right? That was close enough to the Vpoc. We also got settled down here. In a lot of people's books, that range close of the gap. So, and now maybe they're going to mean revert it back the other direction. Yeah. The joy of trading. Joy of trading. And technically, we've mean reverted from the outside edge to the mean. That's the definition, right? So let's see if they take it on up to the other side. But the basic philosophy of a mean reversion has happened in an asymmetric trade. If you were fast enough to get a long off down here someplace, you could have a one tick stop and not taking any heat and been straight up to the mean for almost 10 points, you see. This is, say, 76 half and 8 anyway. Well, that's a meaningful trade. I would be very happy to have that today, this morning. Not sure what they're up to now. Seems like they're just trading hell out of things. 947,000 contracts have changed hands. I've got to get that indicator that I used to have, or that data point that I used to have with average volume traded at the point in time. I used to have that on my quote board, and I don't know what happened to it. As I'm always curious where we stand with average volume, in terms of, is it a light day? Volume is obviously we pay a lot of attention to volume profile. So, and the volume is essentially equates to liquidity, in my opinion, and movement of the market. Lighter volume, lower liquidity, a lot more slide past levels, that kind of thing. So I got to take some time whenever I can find some time to focus on this stuff and do it. So now, looking at the fractal of this as a distribution, this as a distribution, and this is a distribution. We traded up here, being reverted around this a while. Now we've broken through here. We've traded down. We've mean reverted back up. If you consider this kind of to be a mean somewhere, it's not really, but up to here. And then what are we doing now? Back down again? The context of the day is something. Here's our day. There goes our, here goes our IB high. Looked up, take out the IB low for a neutral day. Looked lower, and now what the hell are you going to do? They're back in neutral, back in the value. This is value area low. This is value area high, developing value area low and high. So, yeah. And I'm not saying I know the answer to those questions. I'm just trying to articulate what I'm looking at and thinking about. So at a later point in time, when I review this, if I kept those things silent, if my inner monologue stayed inner, I wouldn't have a clue. That's the point of the stream. Yeah, so I think that was muted again. I've got a hotkey, must not be working. What I was discussing was the fact that in addition to having a verified, calculated positive edge in a specific setup in a specific context, one of the real added advantages to that is that you anticipate the trade. You know where that trade sets up. You know the parameters and the context that's involved to set that trade up. So it's not like it's a big surprise. If for example, I have a positive expectancy on an IB high or an IB stat, and it's this coming up to and taking this IB high out is not some kind of a spur of the moment magic. You see it developing in advance. You're able to determine, okay, is the context of the day up? All the other parameters that you have involved or criteria that you have to verify that that's a structured, vetted trade, give you the ability to anticipate well in advance where that trade's going to happen and what the targets will be. Huge difference than just whipping and spurring like you're killing snakes, Video game or gambling, I guess, is the analogy that you don't want to be in. You want to be in the gaming statistical business. It is a business of statistics, period. And the object of the trader, once those statistics are identified, is to take as many instances of that setup as possible so that the edge manifests itself. And if, you don't know if it's going to on that particular time or that trade, because each trade is random and has a 50-50 outcome. And you're not right, you're not wrong. So that eliminates that guilt trip. That's just, it's a real epiphany when you start to realize all that stuff. And then the added pleasure of the risk neutral. The second that scale comes out, the worst thing you can do is scratch. That takes all the load off and comes down to just trade management and having it play out. And now we're in a sort of a mean reversion and this lower distribution, which I had talked about a while ago. Essentially 3 today. 1. Guess that mouse is visible, I hope. 1, 2, and now 3. This ledge is something I need to figure out more about. Those always trip me up. I'm never sure what to do with them. I don't know if they're strong points of resistance or what. And this one was for a while, and then the minute it dropped through it, it's look out. Now we're back up to it. It's holding. So I guess it's just another high volume node. And in this case, it's the POC. For both the full session, just a darker yellow, and the current session, which is the lighter. So the full session, there's the POC, and the current session, and there's the POC. It's a couple apart, 1,000 contracts apart, 1,000, 1,500. So, yeah, not that far. More than that, I guess. 28 to 24, so 4,000 contracts difference from all of the trade since last night and the trade since 8:30 this morning. And that looks like now we're going to think about that, getting back down to that previous RTH high, which we just took out by a blink. And then our old buddy, the overnight point of control stat at 79, which is the highest stat of the day, actually, for a specific level. Always is. But usually up in the high 80s. High 80s, I should say. A lot of liquidity to get plowed through here. Taking this trade would be a breakout trade. I won't do that. I guess I need to rethink my rules. I have resist at all costs, diddling in the middle and breaking out, and that necessitates waiting sometimes a long time, day, 2 days, for a setup that I'm completely have recognized, anticipated, and take. And there's some guys that in T-Lab, for example, that they post more trades in the opening swing than I might take in a week. Or I guess, I mean, nobody calls trades there specifically, but you'll see stuff like, I got long at so-and-so and I'm scaled at such and such and got a runner looking at this target or something else. After the fact, always, nobody says that in advance, usually, that I can remember. Yeah, I would love to short that because I think it's going to take that high and then on down to the, and then going to go on down to the overnight POC. But now here's the thing about Bookmap and about that needs to be remembered. It's only 3 points. So you're only scaling at the overnight POC, which is essentially should be a target. So that's why I'm standing here talking and not watching the money come in. The 77-ish to 74-ish is only 3 points. So the first scale for risk neutral is 3 points. And another problem, which I talked about, I believe, earlier, but maybe it was muted, I don't know. Trade location, entry location, not only puts you on your left, back foot for continued move as far as momentum goes, but by extension, horrible stop placement. If you wanted to enter short anywhere here, you'd want to have your stop at minimum higher than this swing high, and even better, higher than this swing high, which is the VPOC. Well, from down here at 77, that's 84. That's almost 10 points. That's a pretty big stop. Only, and all because of poor trade placement and breakout and all that stuff. I think that's probably the biggest problem I have with breakout trading. Breakout trading is obviously momentum stuff, but where the hell is your stop? And looking at people like Tom Dennis and the turtle traders, they had millions of dollars. So 10-point stop is probably a blink in the eye, a blink of an eye, those guys. If they traded with stops at all, who the hell knows in those days. But I try to approach this as a business of statistics, and the foremost focus is risk control and account preservation. And I think that those two things ensure longevity, get you out of the statistic of retail traders. Traders like 90-something%, some horrible number fail, and that's because 99% of them I don't think have a clue about risk management or certainly about account preservation. They're doubling down and widening out their stops and, on and on and on, the horror stories that you hear. Martindale's. Following indicators, which are all backwards looking. No indicators at all on my charts except the POC, the mid, and the only calculated, essentially, I guess technically an indicator's VWAP, and that's all that's on any of my charts and the, volume profiles. I don't have, there's nothing on any of these that you'll see. This one is this dotted line is the flowbacks. This is the VWAP. That's the mid POC. The yellow line here is a developing POC, and the red one is where it is at the moment. So that's the developing line kind of takes the place or is the same idea as putting these markers. So as the price scales off, like for example, when were we at these two locations? Well, we were there way back over here, right after the open. See? But you can't tell that because obviously it's way off the screen at this point. And there you go. They got that liquidity out of the way and couldn't get past the previous RTH high down here to that Vpoc. Now, at 80, it's a reasonable range for that low. But we're back inside the IB low and just under the POCs, which, that'd beat the hell out of me what that means. But we are essentially kind of back up off the lows and within value, and this is developing value area low. This is the IB low. We're kind of up here and heading up towards the top of this, if you want to call it distribution. I'd love to short it right here and have it get down there to that EV POC, but I don't think that that's a structured trade any which way that I know of. I guess you could say this is 79 up and this is a 1 and sellers are stepping in. But in the microstructure, which is here, the POC is right there in this consolidation, which is this little burb of stuff right around here, all this stuff right here. Now, is it going to go down there and take that out? Maybe. We're falling back out of value and under the IB low, which would mean, I guess, an IB continuation and being rejected from value. I know there's a thousand ways to look at it. Yeah. 18 minutes to the top of the hour, the witching hour of noon or something. The witching hour someplace. In KL, it's 20 minutes to midnight. And so I guess we're chopping around on that IB low. Okay. I will. I hesitate to say I'll shut this off at 12 o'clock for the morning session because yesterday, about 3 minutes after I did that, the bottom fell out. But, a million buses, right? I'm not sure whether to do that or let it run, frankly. I'm kind of torn up about that. Obviously, from my point of view, my commitment to myself is that I will have no trades off stream. And if I walk in at, go have lunch or something and walk in at 12:40 and there's price action or something that I've been waiting for, anticipating, or a setup that strikes me as time to trade, I don't have time to, it has to be, the trade has to be put on, not, I can't tell the market that, well, please hold up, I got to start OBS. So perhaps it's better to let it run And then it's always recording in the background on mute, or the maybe I change that walking bass or add a more extended music catalog there so that it's not completely boring. And then be able to walk back in, and if something is there, and if I see a setup that's trade trigger, take it and not worry about the stream. That happened yesterday. I came back on it around 12:15 after I had just turned the thing off, and it was definitely a short, which is my preference for whatever reason. And I didn't do anything because I couldn't. I just thought, nope, it's not on the stream. I've had one trade that happened when I walked out of walked into the office about just after 1400 in the last hour, and it was just clear as nose on your face, and I just jumped on it, hit into the trade, and it worked out very well for a risk reward trade. So what I had to do in that case was go back. Bookmap records all of the data around a day, trades, stops, everything you see on the screen in real time. You see it's recorded, so you can replay the day, including the trades you've taken or whatever else. And I immediately did that evening, and then did the voiceover narration, and noted, in the headlines of the title of the recording or the stream, that it was a voiceover, live recording. But that's, a pain in the butt. You got to do it twice, right? So in this way, it's recording and it's live. And if a trade is entered, well, then it is. And what are they doing here? Topping out at this little whatever the heck this is. Kind of a pretty well-known area. If you wind it in this close, you can kind of use your imagination and see a small distribution here. Probably better to see this distribution up here, this ledge down. Technically one distribution, two distributions. Oops, on the wrong screen, sorry. Typically one distribution, and another one. With trades, mean reversion trades around them all so far this morning. I'm not sure that there's too much interest in this overnight volume point of control. Do something there. Well, we didn't take out the overnight high either by a couple, 3 ticks. We did take out there's the RTH high, which is this one, 3 ticks below there. So they're not exactly getting all the biggies. There's quite high probability on the overnight high or low being taken out, and the overnight POC being taken out. The overnight low being taken out would be pretty substantial. That's down here, because this is the full session or overnight session, so it would have been right there. I got to think about something to eat here before the day. I feel myself getting kind of sleepy and lethargic, kind of. These little dribbles over the IB low and into developing value, and then not really getting much traction in that area. Kind of telling what happened over here several times. Back here we go again. And now we got this liquidity filling back in where it had once been around that lows. And microphone thing is sometimes quite sensitive and sometimes not. I don't want to be slurping my water or whatever here and broadcasting that for all the world to hear. Are we gonna do something here? What are we gonna do? I'm going to step away at the top of the hour. I might wait. Might wait 5 minutes to see if they pull the same stunt they did yesterday, and then pick it back up at the in the afternoon session or ahead of the close. I'm back out on school runs at 14:45. So the closing swing trade, etc., will not be available. Here we go. What are they going to do now? Take her down? This is where breakout FOMO starts to really itch. And what'll happen is it'll just bust loose and zoom down through several of them, maybe even as far as settlement. This is yesterday's close, cleared out here at 46%. I'm guessing I need fuel. Coffee was 6 hours ago, so that's wearing off for sure. Definitely testing around that value. They want to see if they can get back in there and stick it. And so far, they have not. And you see the trade from where they took the neutral, broke it down here at about just after 11. Tested up to the POC, which was that area that I was just talking about. And now we're down lower. So, lower highs, lower lows, swing low, swing high. Not sure what any of that, if any of that has any real bearing on trading, my trading or not, but that's an observation that's accurate. Right down to the top of that yesterday's trade. Just to tick off it. And here we turn 12 o'clock. Top of the noon hour, Central Standard Time. 1 o'clock Eastern. 1300. However you prefer to tell time. There we go. There we got that. There we got that statistic. So how long ago did I mention that as a target? Long time. And if you wind back and look at and here we go lower now, and now they might break it substantially lower. You look back at this test and had taken that. I don't really have a trigger there. Maybe better so here. With that as a target, it was never in question as far as heat. I should take my own advice, I guess. I seem like I know what I'm talking about. I just don't do it. I need to take my own advice. I guess that's the simplest way to put it. So that's the biggest stats we've got to the downside. Nothing more than that. There is not a stat in the IRT stat study for settlement. There is for value area high, but I haven't noted it over here. When you got the close at 46%, that's not particularly high. Yeah, there's no way they're going to get a Vpoc migration down here. I mean, they got to trade 310. They got to trade 20,000 contracts, 20,400 contracts to get that up there, down to fall down there. So chances of that are slim and none, I would guess, at any time soon. And that's what you have, I guess. Kind of disappointing, but true. My problem is I've just got to get this stuff done on a consistent basis. So I'm just ticking over daily, not spending a lot of time on it, and then I can start shifting my work focus from one to the other. And I'll be right back on that note. And what are they doing now? Test that low. Looks like, for all indications, now there is a pretty substantial gap on the NQ, which is yet to fill. Range gap, never mind settlement, which has yet to fill. The ES has, as we've noted here. So here's the ES. Here's the range gap. You can see that we're substantially below that, approaching value area high and settlement, which would be by anybody's stretch a gap close. But this is the NQ. So here's yesterday's high. Trading up here. Pretty, it can make that ground in, the blink of an eye because of the way it moves. But so that's definitely something to note. The NQ frequently leads the way for the ES. Will we get down to settlement and value area high? Likely. And the old gap rules are, reportedly, if we get into value and are accepted, extremely high probability that we'll trade all the way across to value area low. And let's just, for the fun, that's down here at 59. So there we go. 71 to 59, that's 20 points. Or so. 10 points, 11 points. And there was value area high. And will we get rejected out of there? Will we be accepted within it? And there's settlement. So we've closed the gap in every configuration you could think of, I think. And just as yesterday, the move off at 12 o'clock. Horse around and then make the move after 12. So gaps closed and rejected out of value area high, perhaps. For me now, the predicament becomes we were balanced. We've fallen out of balance now, lower and closed the gap. So technically, I think trading along here is kind of counter rotation or counter trend, because it looks like for the last little while, a couple hours now, we've been down. And I try to stay aligned with context best I can. And then, of course, it's going to turn around, mean revert all the way up to the POC. So, shows you what I know. There's 4 points there. So we're scaled and positive on that on that bounce off of the low volume node and that 70 line, whatever that's all about. So we're testing back up against the previous RTH high. In other words, yesterday's regular trading session high. We poked our nose under value and settlement. Don't seem like anybody was particularly happy about that. So too low, too high. Price check down there to see if it was and quite possibly mean reversion back up to that mean, which would be our old buddy, the notch, and the VP of POCs and the VWAP and the mid. Get around the previous RTH high here in this micro structure. This is kind of an over and under. If we don't get above this stuff, I don't think we're going to get up. I think we're going to head lower. If we don't get it substantially above that, can't get over that, we're probably heading lower. Yeah. Discuss it. Going to test that value again. It would look like, Now, yesterday was not a particularly robust day. It's a lot of trade right around that POC area, right around the middle. Fat in the middle. Spider body. skinny little spindly legs and a big gut. And so if we get accepted down into value, there's not a particularly wide value area to span, which is right here. So here's yesterday's trade. There we are. Here's value. We're just in yesterday's value, testing back into yesterday's value. Well, we bumped off of it and back up again. But yesterday's value area low is just down here around 60, 58-ish. So it's not 59, I guess. It's, that's not a big distance. It's basically 11 points to get all the way across that value. Assuming that stat about if we get accepted in value, it'll trade across and all that stuff comes to play. And looks like they're not too keen to stick in value. That's the second test up. They haven't gotten out of the range, however. Quite the tussle they're having here. Quite the tussle they're having here at this previous value area high. And overnight point of control, I meant to say, which is just above. The naming convention is that this value area high indicates yesterday, regular trading hours. Developing value area is just that. It's developing. That's today's session. Looks like they're getting rejected out of value again. I don't know if they're going to be able to stick it in value. And I'm thinking, not sure what I would do if they did, actually. If they stick it in there now, any way you look at that, it's pretty much of a breakout. I suppose you could view this small distribution as a mean reversion, but it's only 5 handles. So short now is just betting that they stick it in value. That's gambling. No statistic to support that at all. Actually, I guess the way to trade that would be if, in fact, they could stick it in value and it trades down and then comes back up for a test and a trigger, then that would be the short entry. Certainly not here, I'm guessing. But they might get it in there now, except we did bring it down to the just above the close already once today, and we're rejected toot sweet straight back up out of it. That liquidity is not going anyplace at the 47.70. I think I'll be right back. So they're trading the hell out of this little range here. If we take a look at this consolidation they're putting in here for the last quite a while, 30 minutes or so. Makes you wonder if they're going to, which way it's going to pop when they wind that spring up. Again, it's value area high from yesterday. You know, we've tested down through it twice and been pretty quickly rejected back out of it. That's not a good sign for continuing lower. But the minute you think it's what's going to happen, then the bottom will fall out and they'll do an Acapulco cliff dive down to the value area low. I mean, it's trading. It's the joy of trading. It's random. You don't know. I don't have any specific setup that says this is what I'm going to do, and this isn't a big enough mean reversion to act on, in my opinion. It's 4 points. The whole damn thing. Take it down here, it's 5. What's that? That is not, doesn't qualify, I don't, in my opinion. So I'm going to go on the side here and get something to eat, come back and check the market, and hopefully things will be a bit different. Probably have fallen through the floor, I suppose. At this point, the problem I would have is either way I look at this, it's a breakout. It's too small a range for a mean reversion down. Get down here and get accepted in value would be a breakout, essentially across value with the target on the other side of value, but still a breakout. And up here, same idea. So hard for me either way. Hard for me either way. And this is no particular spot other than it's a low volume area right here. Suggesting we may start trading this back up into the next distribution and test of the IB low again. Developing value area low, just up here above us now. Looks like they're being rejected out of the previous range in value. Maybe. This is the previous RTH high. And so if they're rejected out of here, there was a test there. What'll happen at developing value area low? Will they get rejected out of there back down? Or will they be accepted back in, which would then kind of cement in the fact that value is developing higher. And I think that's probably going to be the case. They can't stick it in value area, today's value area, the developing value area. The IB low is just above. Was not very well received when it closed the gap and got into yesterday's value. So there you have it. And there's so many different ways to look at it. The value, the IB low, test the value area low from below. Is it rejected or does it go back in? And then you've got the mid, the VWAP, and the POC lurking just above, all within 3 or 4 points. Not very convincing area. And I just don't seem to be able to get these lows down here. I guess this might have been maybe I'm wound in too tight. I don't know. I think I'll take a break and get some fuel here. So now what are they doing? Okay, I popped this high volume node. Wow. Are they going to get above the IB low and go? Now it's too tight for me to think about. A three handle move to the only a three handle move to the mid. I don't know if this could be construed as an IB low failure or not. To be honest with you. And they're going to just stair step it back up, I guess, and then generally piss me off. Yeah, test of the low, IB low, failure back in, mid, VWAP, POC. This edge, that's my prognosis of where this thing is going now. And, you know, RMT trading, rearview mirror trading. So clear. Okay, so I took this consolidation, I took the breakout here, and boop, I went up here. But no, you didn't. It's much cleaner looking. And the same with the book map. When you wind it in tight, you can call this a rejection of value and a retest of the value, or retest here maybe is the better one, and then go long. And that's probably the trade, but it's not anything that I would call a structured trade or a vetted trade or anything that I would have statistics about. So, in other words, not an edge, and so not a place to trade in reality. Okay. And I see that in my absence, they took off exactly as thought. And now we're trading way up above the ETH high and into squeeze territory here, I guess. You had to think about it. Wow. Look at that thing go now. That's stops above that overnight high. Right there. As discussed an hour or so ago. So probably I'm going to not get any trade-off in any direction today. Now I have to do something else. I have to try to figure out how to set up a Teams call on my phone when I'm picking up my daughter. So that's going to be magical. Wow, and there was exactly nothing in that stop run. This is exactly nothing. That's a liquidity vacuum, to say the least. Big orders hit, and bam, up she went. Oh. Well, anyway. Anyway, there we have that. Now if I can get the right mouse, hand, I'll be all set here. That works pretty good. I was just following the stream live on my phone, so I was able to see the market and whatnot. That's some pretty lofty move in a big hurry there. Out of about 12:30. Wow. Okay, what's this all about? Wait a minute. What am I doing standing here with my headset on and not saying anything? Busy typing on the other side and not saying anything. Stupid. I'm wondering how high this thing is going to go. Right now, they got such a squeeze on. There's no levels. There's no nothing. The closest thing I have above over here is what? Well, there's the MVPOC and then a previous naked VPOC high above. They may well take out that POC if they keep the squeeze going. I don't think I will try it. However, too thin across here. But I'm glad to see that my ideas were accurate. So pulling right back to this extremely low volume area right here at the overnight high, which kind of suggests this pop was just nothing much more than a bit of a squeeze and a stop run. I'm not guessing that I'm going to participate in this thing today, but several other irons in the fire all of a sudden here. So I think I will, I'll let it go till I have to shut off. But if I do not trade, I'll probably make this private. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Anyway. Well, it looks like we're approaching the high once again, and I suppose this will be a no trader for me today because just not able to focus. Too busy typing somewhere else. Real nice pullback though, and run for the roses there. Probably going to take out that high and squeeze higher would be my guess into the close. We'll see how right I am about that. Let's see what we got up above here. We got the MVPOC and a high volume node at 14. So never know what they'll do. But I'm not going to throw a trade on at this point. I got too many different things I'm trying to get organized here before 2:30. Definitely have to end the stream and leave at about 2:40, 14:40 local, which is CST. Would love to take a nice, some very good opportunities for a nice mean reversion trades. This will be a day that I will remember to replay this weekend and actually trade replay. Fortunately, my memory is not as photographic as when I was younger, so I don't know all the ins and outs and the nuances of the day. I mean, of course, I have a general recollection of what went up and down. Pretty hard not to remember that, but as far as the internal parts of the day, it's still, I think, valid to identify the points while I review my stream, and then trade them and see just how it worked out. That'll be my plan for the weekend, day after tomorrow. Obviously, being today is a Thursday, I hope, the 18th of January. And they keep testing here this microstructure that high volume node right there at that little guy. But what do you got? 2 to 5. That's 3 points to the scale, right? 3 points to the high, and then you got to break through that liquidity and take out a new high of day for a target. I don't think. Probably very may well do all of those things, but I don't think that's a high probability setup, and it's certainly nothing that I've vetted before or fit in my world as a structured trade any place. So, yeah, nothing I can do about it. Here they're going to come here now, boys and girls. We're heading into 2 o'clock. Boy, they have really traded the hell out of this thing up one side and down the other. We've got the MVPOC up above. We've got a naked point of control at 18 48.16 half. Yeah. Continue to test this liquidity that's lined up here just below the high of the day, which sort of makes that a weak high. Not a lot of excess up there, which would suggest that they might take a pop here at 2 o'clock and look for higher ground. You see there's, oops, where are we? A couple of tests up here, test up here again, pull back, and there's no real liquidity. There's no excess up here. So we've got that MC VPOC at 13.25 right here. And we've got this naked point of control up here at 48.16. So I guess those are all possible targets for this last hour of trade. So are they going to take a pop here and get over this and run for the roses? That's what we don't know. Several tests up here. I don't know. I do know that I've got to get ready to leave at in about 30 minutes for the school run. I'm thinking they'll probably break through that and go out. But I am not going to get so far into the day just to try that trade. And stop. This 1, 2, 3, 4 basically tries up here to the high, and there's no excess above that. So that would suggests to me that we're going to get at least a pop, a lot of stops up there, and then higher ground to the high volume node, the MC, VPOC, and who knows, could get clear up to that naked volume point of control, I guess. The trade here would definitely be a breakout in this context. But I sort of wonder if it breaks and runs with a lot of momentum. Not sure how to deal with those, actually. Got to get my head around that whole idea. I prefer to think of myself as a word. Thanks very much. Okay, fuck. Well, this is about a nothing fucking day. What happened here? Market just died. The market just quit. I'm half real tempted to go long right now, right here. Looking for a 3-tick pop. Order submitted. Let's see what happens. May regret that, but I always can, right? If there's not any stops up there, I'll be pretty much amazed, actually. See if we can get across this for risk neutral. And there's risk neutral. And there's our stop
Order
up.
submitted.
Stop up for that. And now are we going to get any more legs on it? That's the next question. I think I'm going to hit the eject button here pretty quick. I would have thought more of a pop, actually. But, I would have thought a little more of a drive up to that higher ground. But I don't have time to monkey with this now, so I'm got my fingers on the eject button here. Even though it's nothing but, the worst I can do is come back on me for a scratch. But I would like to not have that happen. I'll bring my stop up in here. That real low volume area, right?
Order submitted.
Right in there. And there we go. So, and look at that now. It's going to be pretty funny that it turns around and rockets up. And I, once again, have shot myself in the foot by getting nervous and bringing my stop up, my trailing stop up, because I've got some other thing going on in my mind. It's so irritating when I do that. But that's what I did. So, hey, what can you say? Yeah, what can you say? I will sit here, though, until I have to leave and let this play out. Basically, that was not one of my finer moments, but it was a breakout that I thought was pretty inevitable. Looking for higher ground after the many tests at the high, knowing that there's stops above there and there was no real excess on the top over here, flat. Now we've got some excess up there. So this may well be the top. And I will probably regret not letting this thing run out. But I'm a little nervous about the time and I wanted to get it off. Just what's going to be a lesson learned here, and it's going to happen right now, is that I brought that stop up to here, and that's the absolute pullback tick. That's the low tick, and it will probably go up towards at least the next target. So we can watch this line here, which is the target that'll remain on there. Of course, not a place to re-enter, but yeah, here we go. See, to the tick. I don't know how many times I have that's going to have to be a hard and fast rule for me. Never move the damn stop, even trail it up. I can't say something like that because that's part of trade management. So irritating. So irritating. But we'll see what happens over here. We'll see what happens. And the bottom could fall out, and then I'll think I'm a goddamn genius, Anyway, it's the way it is. So there's one trade in, and that's about 5 hours, and I'm guessing probably 30 minutes ago. I'll have to check that out now. I'm not going to listen through the whole 5 hours for all of the talking points I wish this thing would automatically, or there's a way I could have it automatically add chapters for, talking points around risk management or something like that. And in this case, the trade. Now I have to go back in and look at where it is against the elapsed time on the OBS. Unfortunately, it means nothing down here unless I mark down exactly the time on the time of day that the stream starts. Then I could just do the math back to these trade locations. But, well, it did one ticket lower than my stop and hasn't done anything different. Yeah, so anyway, I'm going to now start getting my head together about making the move here for the world famous school run. I'd say we're going to take it probably a little higher again in this last closing hurrah that always happens. The power hour, they call it 1400. They did do some pretty significant moves today, though. That's no question about that. And so again, drilling that stop up and getting it taken to the tick pretty much. And yet have never retraced to entry, and certainly never even come close to stop or break or the scratch. And that's the difference in patience. Now, there's a lot of other parameters involved also, but could have punched out of it now and been over my break-even scale. So, there's a lot of different ways to look at that. But I didn't, it's not a loser, but still, it's disappointing. So I will monitor this to the bottom of the hour and then shut it off. There's one trade on at about 1410, 1408. So at around the 5 hour and 30 mark on the about 5 hours and 30 minutes in on the stream. 5 hour stream. That's pretty funny. Well, still not quite to, yeah, just to the entry. Retest of that low volume area, but certainly no heat. Trade's over and I'm perfectly okay with that. This, would have been nice to hold up here and pick out at least take them both off at the first scale. That's always handier. And it's not over yet till the fat woman sings, right? So this thing could just take off like a Jackie Gleason show and to the moon Alice, up here to the very, very possible. It wouldn't surprise me for even a teensy weensy bit that that's what happens. I got to get some more of that bass music or something. That gets a little old. I've heard that thing loop through now about a zillion times. So kind of off-putting. Here we go, boys and girls. Up for that target. Now, keep an eye on T2 right here. And now we go. And I would have probably been a greedy little pig and moved it up closer to the MVPOC. And here at, say, 1275. But we'll see. Very few stops above that liquidity, which is kind of surprising. But certainly would have been a spot to walk this. Yeah. Who knows? Woulda, shoulda, coulda. And now, another 4 minutes, I'm going to wind her up. Wind it up, baby. Well, Tom is also calling that MC. So we're on the same page thought-wise, I guess. And I don't have but 2 more minutes to sit around, so I would have been out of this trade. Now, anyway, I certainly never leave a trade on, even though the rhythmic stops at targets or server side, not quite that cavalier at this point. And this is looking pretty toppy up here. There's that naked volume point of control just up above, and this is the MCV POC over here. So yeah, is what it is, baby. Never know. Never know what's going to happen. And if you just keep picking it up little by little, that's what counts. That's what counts. And I will be winding her up here in a couple of seconds. One trade on at about 5:30, 5 hours and 30 minutes in. A lot of priceless narration and analysis in that period of time. I still am not sure what I think about this stream the whole. I think it's probably better for me. For example, that trade I took, I would have had to restart the stream and do a bunch of blah, blah, blah. I probably wouldn't have done it. And here they're going to go now. And another couple of ticks and that target is hit right here. So without any heat, I would be now well above my first scale here. My first scale right there. And on the way up. And I better take a screenshot of that so I can journal it. Yeah. Maybe yes, maybe no. I'm guessing they're going to hit that 1375 MVPOC level, and who knows, they may poke it up there to 16. And guys that can sit and ride it, Tom and company, will. I got a little too ambitious down here, but it's over with, right? This would have been a long grind, and that's what it is. So I'm going to wind the stream off now. I'm not going to capture the last bit of this trade, but that's what it is. So, oops, wrong one. It's not starting soon. It's ending soon. I guess I need one of those.